Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome back to Sentinels Steam Workshop DevStream Land. I'm John at Handelabra Games, and we are making mod support and Steam Workshop for Sentinels. Yeah. Last time we were working with a bunch of placeholder art stuff, and we're going to wrap up some more work on that. Some villains. Finish up some more of this integration. And Jennifer has been adding some more arts into there. I have to mention, of course, that Handelabra Games believes in civil rights for everyone, and Black Lives Matter, and trans rights, and being excellent to one another. So anyone working against those things is not welcome and will not be tolerated. Okay. Welcome, Seamus, Jake, Licky. You must keep showing up for the streams because of my dulcet tones. Or maybe I'm doing interesting stuff, I don't know. Whatever the reason, thanks for joining us. One thing I actually had an idea about, especially as we're getting further along into mod support, is having a segment or maybe something like that on a regular basis of like, say you're having a problem with what you're working on in your mod, you can like send me your code and I can help. So I don't think we're necessarily at that point at the moment, but soon I think we'll be at the, especially things like, hey, the game is crashing because I'm doing this in my mod. Like I think Jake was having a problem like that you'll sort out on the Discord. But that's something we could potentially do as part of the dev stream. Maybe like, a half an hour to an hour segment of like, the doctor is in. We'll see. If anyone thinks that's a good idea, let me know, and we'll maybe look at it. I think for right now, we're still like focused on getting everything working, but we'll get to that point where that sort of thing will be more useful pretty soon. All right, so let's get back into the placeholder stuff, and then maybe I think this stuff won't take too long today, and then we'll maybe get into some more crunchy stuff today. So there's not that much more crunchy stuff left, but there's a little bit. Stealing me for a Monday stream for Agents of Stream. Sure. That'll be good too. Are you working on implementing some of that, Seamus? Okay, so today I've been doing a little bit of the deck back stuff. Jennifer made some deck back images, and basically since the deck back is like the same for all the cards in the deck, except the character cards, I made a new constructor for the placeholder info that just takes a deck, and then because you don't want a different, say we have multiple options. Right now we just have one option for deck backs, but maybe we end up having multiple options. We don't want them to be like different on different cards. And this will pick up the color that the deck has defined as well. So let's see how that looks. Haven't started yet, but it's going to happen. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to add like more to the sample as well to make that like more of a real deck. That's a better example as well. So that's something that I'll be doing. And, maybe something like Agents of Stream type of deck could be the official sample too. So if we look at, say, the back of one of these cards, now we've got the texture loading. The color is just white, and I think that might be because the deck color hasn't been specified. Maybe in this mod. Oh yeah, this one is like a bluish, so it has been specified in this one. So it is working. It's just not like, some of them are just white. They haven't like specified their color, which I mean is totally fine if you've got the artwork. The deck back color is used like very sparingly, so, or the deck definition color is not like a major thing, but we'll use it for the placeholder if it's available. Otherwise, I guess, you know, if it's just gray, that's fine too. So one thing I want to do is have it show the name of the deck here if it is showing a placeholder. Oh, and also Jennifer added character card images for heroes. They aren't there for villains yet, but you can see there's also a villain character. So yeah, so some cool stuff there. So yeah, I want to. Oh, and there's also the maybe before we get to the name thing, there's the small card. So deck backs have like a small image that's used here, as well as if like you have a card face down, that'll be like with Santa Guys or Wager Master or Choke Point. Yeah, there's a few. It'll use the deck back image in the small card, so we need to support that as well. So let's check that out. So maybe I'll just commit this change because that's working pretty good. Sentinels UI. This is load placeholder for deck back full card. Okay, and yeah, so deck back small card slash. If we just search this project for deck back, we'll find like the places. Yeah, so end game stuff. This is the full card. This is right UI deck. This is UI deck is the little thing showing you your deck on the screen there. Can you link a sound file to a card being played? That is not a thing. I don't think there's some support for using powers. I don't even know if this will work in a mod. And actually, yeah, this is the code that's doing that. And it's only looking if it's Argent Adept, it'll play a sound effect if for using a power. Then like Guys has sound effects, but that's also specifically just Guys. UI play card action. Yeah, play effect. Oh, maybe, you know, play effect is the like the little click sound when you play a card. I don't know where the Guys. Oh yeah, here's Guys' special effects. If it's Guys, he'll play sound effects. So yeah, it's all very specific. So it's not, and I mean that's intentional. Like it is very intentional that there aren't like sound effects for every card, different sound effects for different cards and stuff like that, except for like very specific things, and that makes those things more special, right? So the Argent Adept and Guys specifically, since they are special. So yeah, that's not something that is generally supported for any of the other cards too, let alone mods. Okay, so this is right, trying to load the thing, and yeah, basically here we need the same kind of logic that we have where we're loading the sprite atlas in the card factory, right? Like here. Yeah. So it's actually the same, basically the same logic here, where over here we're doing load sprite atlas and we do like a bunch of different ways and then we check. And so let's do the same thing. So yeah, I guess this should return false if it fails. And we'll just do the same kind of thing where we do this. Okay. And do we know it's a mod? Turn taker is mod content. Yeah. We basically do this. Oh, we're in the wrong place. And right. So instead of that, we're passing the turn taker definition and different path. Do that. And then we load the sprite atlas into this dot sprite. Cool. And I think we want to do like it's going to be a different sprite name because info.card identifier is basically what it's going to be, like, you know, deck back 0 or whatever. And then we can just say sprite name. Cool. So this should load that into that little bit where the deck is showing. So let's try that. Oh, I don't think it's going to do the color. Yeah, okay, we got, yeah, so we didn't get the color, but it's loading the right sprite, so that's good. And yeah, set the gradient. And that's this dot sprite. Make sure to clear it. In case of Oblivion mode, I guess, where the hero might change or whatever. Cool. Yeah, you can. It's subtle, but you can notice the little blue color here. And the other ones don't have any color, but they do show up. And yeah, so that is cool. We don't have small cards that are flipped right here. I guess we could, like, just to test it, start a game with Santa guys and mod content. Let's do that. And then we can make sure that it works with the small cards. Some villain. Vector. We do have to have the new game screen support as well. So that's going to be... we'll get to that today. Mix some heroes. Pick another environment. Okay, so Yeah, we don't have a villain character card going on yet. Yeah, and these all, the deck backs don't have any, the decks don't have any color specified either, but that can be done by the mod creator. So yeah, I guess if I do this, then I end up in the power phase. Give everyone gifts. Oh yeah, they even come through Santa Guys' little gifty thing. So, oh yeah, so it's actually using the card. It's using the card thing, so it's not actually the right graphic there. We need the deck back instead of that. So let's save that. Okay, let's commit this, which is support placeholder image in UI deck, and we need the small cards to load the right thing. So that's, I guess, here in UI Card View Factory. Right, I think. Where is this doing the deck back? For small cards. Get sprite name. Right. So I think basically this sprite name would have the, like, it would say deck back if we should show a deck back. And so I think we want to check that here, basically. So if sprite name contains deck back, card view dot card dot parent deck. Otherwise, so basically we need, yeah, basically this. So if we were looking for a deck back image, we need to pass the parent deck to get that, and it's the exact same loading logic. It's just like find the deck back image versus find the card image, which it's handled for regular cards by like choosing the sprite name there, because it's the same atlas, but it's a little different with the placeholders. So this should actually do it for us. Cool. So yeah, there's the deck back, and if they're different colored, then you'd be able to see the different ones. And I guess here we could include the label as well. Think about Choke Point, which will have like multiple different cards in front of her. We don't want the label here because it's hard to read with the number, but here is fine. Okay, so let's commit that little change. Use deck back placeholder for small cards. Cool. All right, so that covers deck back images except for the title label, which I would like to support. So let's think about that. So if we go, let's just see what's there already. I think there might be a label there already, and we can potentially use it. Because if there's no art, then it shows a label, right? So like, for example, yeah, like right click this and look at the full card panel. This card goes to, I guess we know what card it is. Goes to reactor. Okay, actually, so the front side is like a whole other thing in Sentinels here, right? And the back side is literally just the texture. So we could add, we could add a label here, which is just for the flip side. And so then in the small card, I wonder, the small card I don't think is the same way, but maybe it is. It's been a long time looking at these prefabs. Yeah, this doesn't have a front or back. It's just image or not. And there's no label here. Yeah. I think this is like the character card style. It's just one image. Because like you can have the icons, right? Like it's the same as the character card style, but with no hit points. I think it might be a different prefab than the character card one, but it's pretty similar. Okay, so what we need to do then is look at the prefabs. Let's just close up all these things. Prefabs, cards, full card. Do we have a card back? Oh, I guess it's literally like, right. Okay, yeah, we have like a nested prefab system, as I recall. So if we toss one of these in here, yeah, maybe like in a blank scene. Oh, that doesn't have the back side. Oh, because that's the character card, right? Just a regular card. Full card parent. Is the parent prefab, and it has a separate back and front thing. So the back is like this. We can add a label in here. That's going to be like the title. We call it like because title label is already a thing. That's like literally this. We can call it like back title label. Okay. So we got to go ngui create label, and the font, I think we want to use armor piercing, which is like the usual title font. I don't know. I guess, yeah, that'll work. There's also title armor piercing that has italics. Maybe just regular armor piercing. How many characters does that font have in it? Like, yeah, it looks fairly complete, which is handy. So back title label, and we want this to basically be like sort of in the top area with a bit of padding. No, so like kind of like that, and then just like maybe like it can be a little taller, and just sort of centered and automatically shrink. Color wise, yeah, it's got an outline built in, so we can like potentially use the color for it. But yeah, I think that back title label. Let's edit this script. To add the new label. Front title gradient, top and bottom. I wonder where those come from. Those are for, those are for mission cards. So UI label. We'll call it placeholder title label, I think, because that's the only thing it's going to be used for is placeholders. And we'll just like only show it when needed. Okay, so that can be turned off by default, and we'll hook it up. Maybe we'll literally call it that in here too. And turn it off by default, turn that back on by default, turn that off by default, and nested apply will add that into all of the hero, like there's different versions of cards, so it'll apply it into all of them. So now if we don't actually use that full card parent prefab, but these are like nested. This is using like a sort of older nested system than the new Unity thing, but if we look at full card hero now, it should now have, the placeholder label. So, or like full card environment has it as well. Cool. So, and then we can go back into that full card parent prefab and make changes and apply them nested to all the other things. So you can see there's like a little thing about parent prefab. This is like this thing called prefab evolution that existed before Unity finally added nested prefabs, which we use now in our new games, but Sentinels is older. All right, so now that we have that, we can use it in this. Right, so this is for the small cards. I guess we can add it to the small cards as well. Let's just do that while we're in here doing prefab. So on, I guess there's two prefabs on small cards. We need to do the one with hit points and the one without. I guess let's just do the one without first. Small card icons parent, or is small card flipped? Is that the prefab that it uses for any? I think it actually is small card flipped that it uses, not these. It's this. Yeah, that's the one. So we can add the title label on here. And GUI create label. Wow, it's giant. And this is going to be more probably, since it's smaller, it's got to be a little tighter on and be smaller even. Placeholder title label, and I guess this, instead of being centered, should probably be top aligned. Oh yeah, we can do like this, right? Yeah, I guess we'll just do, we'll line it up sort of similar to the full cards. We'll say minus like 80. And then the text should go mostly sort of in the middle. Maybe these need to be a little bit more in. Okay, let's try that. Placeholder title label, and it's off by default, but we hook it up. And this is off by default, and we apply. And we have to make sure to save project in this version of Unity because things don't save, and that's fun. Okay, so now if we go, let's just go into the game and make sure that those are there, and then we will get them populating. So the nice thing about Unity, you can just sort of like see what's going on in the hierarchy. So if we click on this, we get, yeah, so if we turn that on, oh right, there's like more we need to do for depth or whatever, that's a thing. Yeah, Unity's depth, or sorry, NGUI's depth stuff is a pain in the butt. So let's just make sure the full card is doing that. Right. We got this whole, like, our NGUI's got its own depth system, but it wasn't enough for us. So we had to like add our own thing. And it's a mess. So this depth is 2. We need to put that component onto it and say it's on this widget, and that's fine. Okay, that should be it for that. Apply that to everything, and then do the small card. At least this is just the one thing that's not nested. And then, yeah, so like, we just need to grab this component and make sure the depths of these, like, just has to be above the image, which is at 10. So yeah, it says 21, but it all gets like changed by these relative depth units. Life is much easier in the Unity UI. Okay, so that's good, and that is good, and let's save project and go back. Good thing I remember that stuff. Be like, why won't it show up? All right, so if we go to this now and we turn on the label, we still don't see it. Why not? Where are you at? Oh, I see. It needs to have like a bigger number. So if we just increase the number, say forward. No, it won't. It's not smart. we make it? Can we not get it to show up? What's the depth of this? 2051. Okay. 2052. There it is. Right. So yeah, that's. I don't think this graphic really works for having text on it. So we'll adjust that so that there's less going on where the text is. Maybe like make it dark or something like that. But at least we got the information showing up. So I need to add like a number in here that's higher than 9. So this, I'm just going to throw this in here and change this to have a bigger number, like 10. And apply that. And now if we look at this and turn that on, we see it. Okay, perfect. And if we bring up the full card, and turn it on, we see it. Okay. That seems fine. And we didn't break anything else, doesn't look like. Okay, so let's make sure we save project. So let's actually get that showing something. So basically in this UI card refactory, we need to see like, did we actually use a placeholder? If so, we need to put that, and we need to show it. Yeah, so basically here, this is for full card texture. Oh no, wait, this is for the sprite. Yeah. Also show the placeholder title on the back. Card view dot. Just make sure it's there. Text is going to be the name. Cool, so this is for the small card, which should just show up now, and then the full card, I think we need another spot. But we'll see, I think so. We can set the colors too. Cool. So yeah, we're setting Tango 1 there, and we're not doing the full card yet. I guess what we can just do is for now, card view dot placeholder title label dot color is I don't think we'll use a gradient. We'll just use the straight background color for the deck back. So right now that's just white, but it can be specified. Okay, and so that's for the sprites. Yeah, and up here is where we're using the full card texture. And the tricky part is that the logic about whether it's a placeholder is in here. So that is a little trickier. How do we, I mean, we can put an out parameter or something like that to say it was a placeholder, potentially. Oh wait, except it's actually here. It's the deck back. This is actually called in a... What calls this? An update image for card view. Right, but it's the same thing that the... It uses this, it calls another into this method, which then says it was a placeholder. This is only called in a couple spots, though. Interesting, in the animation, we're doing that as well. But we're always using this method, so we just localize the changes into here. Because so this method is literally only called from here. So okay, so I think it's pretty reasonable to add like an out parameter here that says we used a placeholder. Just basically that. And then this needs to right, so if used placeholder, I guess even whether result is true or not. And card view dot placeholder title label is not null. We basically do the same thing as this, which we could make a method for, but that doesn't seem like it's super. Could be different on the deck back as well. So then we'll show it on the deck back. Might have a different coloring or formatting on that for the full card, so it's okay to duplicate that, I think. Cool. So there's Tango 1, there's Tango 1. We can probably like play with it a bit so that the font sizes match and stuff. And obviously this image does not work very well having text over it, but that is functionally accurate. So we'll go with that for now. Okay, so that is deck backs. Oh yeah, and like millions of changes. So let's, because of the prefab nesting. So we have basically all of them, all of these prefabs have had that object added to them. And hopefully we didn't break everything with all these other cards. I don't think so. Just adding, there's a lot of new properties that the old cards didn't have, so it's putting in the like defaults. That's fine. Yeah. So we'll add here, add placeholder title label to deck backs. Cool. All right, so that completes the integration of deck back images, and we'll, iterate on improving those images as well. Okay, that is good. So let's look at, the new game screen is a notable one. The game intro, the end of the game, potentially environment backgrounds I want to get to as well. So we'll just push up those changes. So the new game screen I think is pretty important. So let's go and see there. So in the new game screen, there's like, as we recall, there's a separate atlas, right? The setup game atlases for these. And the logic for those is different than the regular card loading logic. So we just basically need to have those know to like pull up these atlases if they're missing. So that should be pretty straightforward. If I remember where we did that. So it'll be somewhere here where we're looking for sprite atlases, right? Current view factory. Character panels. Trepaz has a question. 20 years ago, I got a degree in programming with Java, C, C++, and ASM. How far Sentinels languages from those? So this is using C#. So if you're familiar with those languages, C# is basically like a C and Java syntax. It's object-oriented, so it's like Java that way. And the like standard library that it uses is, I would say, similar functionality between Java and C++ STL. Like there's string manipulation and math and collections and stuff. Probably closer to Java than to C++. In terms of how that works, it's memory managed. You don't need to worry about reference counting and stuff. It has garbage collection. And yeah, so it's a pretty modern language and pretty easy to move into from, like, if this, you could like almost, this is almost just C, right? Like C and Java type of syntax. But there's obviously some more newer stuff that even Sentinels isn't using, but shouldn't be too hard to jump into, as long as you've got the fundamentals. Will we publish something to explain? Yeah, there is published documentation available right now. So on the Trello board, I'll link you to the Trello board, and in the first list here, there are links to the official documentation. So this is the link to the engine documentation. Yeah, and the class reference, we haven't published out a web page with it, but the engine has some documentation that is generated. So if I go to like the resource browser, some of the stuff is documented. So it includes an XML file in the game, so you'll see some of the documentation. And then we could like export that out into like a web page, but we just haven't done that because it's not really complete yet. Once we probably get that to a more complete state, then we can publish that out as well. But you can use it like in your editor, and it'll pop up that documentation for you for what's there. Okay, so we were looking for the new game, I guess game setup card view, right? Right. If it's mod content, we get the sprite atlas from the mod manager. So I guess actually we can just check here, or even in mod manager. This could right. This just sort of knows what the atlases are. Right. So this is not using the same thing. So I guess basically instead, if this fails, we can use a placeholder because we know we need mod content. And we can ask for the placeholder like we do here. So right, so it's kind of similar to this because if it's an environment, we're going to use a deck back, and if it's not, we're going to use something else. So let's do this and go back to our game setup card view. So if it's an environment card, we do that. And yeah, we do also need to show the title label. I think we're actually going to show the title always if it's a placeholder. So and yeah, this should be just like this. They should probably just do it without the titles. So all right. Oh, of course, I don't want to play the game. I want to make a new game. All right, we are not showing a placeholder. Why not? That is, but the villains weren't. It's interesting. It's like they all look pretty similar. That's why we want to have the title as well. And the environment is not showing either. Okay, so something is missing for some reason there. Well, I wonder if this method is not always being called for some reason. That's possible. Right, and I guess we'll just make a bool show title label. It's false. And we always want to show a title label if it's a placeholder. But if it's not, yeah, I think that's like basically this is just was here for mod reasons. Let's see, that should show the title where we want. Truffaz asks, could you explain what it means for you to enable people creation? I'm not really sure what you mean, but basically what we're doing here is making it so that you can create your own decks and cards and bring them into Sentinels. So you create your own DLL that implements your cards and defines your cards, and then you put it in the right place, and the game will load it up for you. So like these characters, Baron Blazes and Dawn and so on, are part of the game, but these ones down here are from mod content that other people have created. So we're not seeing those for some reason. Heroes were working, and we're still not seeing the title label. Oh. It's there, but not there. Because it's for some reason... Oh, I see. It's only Normally, it's actually behind everything else because it's normally not there. It's interesting. So let's fix that. What do you need to change? I'm not sure what you mean. You need to program what your cards do. Like, so if you look in the documentation, it explains what you need to do. You need to make a file that defines what cards you have in your decks, and then you need to make classes that implement their behavior. And the resource guidelines talk about how you can provide the artwork and other things like that. Okay, so I can fix that title label thing, so let's do that. That's pretty easy. Not for modder, but for you. Well, that's what I've been doing in all these streams, is implementing things for the game to be able to load mods. So what we're doing right now is like graphic related stuff, but there's lots of code where we're loading the DLL that you provide. We're supporting that logic and being able to see like what mods are available, running the code and loading up the right classes through reflection and stuff. So we've done a lot of that already, but there's still more there. And there's also the Trello board lists like all the stuff that we're still going to do. There's some multiplayer logic that needs to be supported. And integration with Steam Workshop is another big area. But right now we're focusing on sort of getting it working 100% in an ad hoc way. And then we'll move on to the Steam Workshop integration. But things are moving along nicely. So game setup card, we need to just fix the depth on that title label, I think, so that it's like in front of the sprite, basically. Yeah. I think that should be okay. Oh yeah, interested in what it takes to make a game moddable. I think that like totally depends on the game. Because like our system is already built on like low level logic from a DLL that's being loaded, and so integrating into that is sort of how we're doing that. I definitely see like other Unity games like where they don't have that kind of separation, and then people are like modifying the Unity assembly and stuff. Seems a little more chaotic, but it totally depends on what how your game is made and the systems that it uses. And different companies take different tactics, right? Like maybe just like we don't, feel free to mod it, we're not going to help, or we'll provide like some rough loading or whatever, but no documentation or whatever. But we're more interested in like making it be giving you as much information as is feasible for us to and support, so you can get good mods coming out. So still not loading the villain one, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But oh right, because there's no there is villain character. There's actually no villain character card images, so actually that is not unexpected. Maybe I'll pop one in there just to check that. And then, okay, so yeah, the heroes are loading. Great. Actually, hero placeholders should have a title label showing up there too. Now that I think about it, on the front side. Doesn't have to, but that would be nice. And the environments are probably also like looking for the wrong sprite name. Oh yeah, and we don't want that title label showing up for those. Okay. Right. So basically, only if it's not the environment we want to show the title label. So I think what we're missing is villain character images. I don't think Jennifer has put there yet, but I can add in a couple. I'll just check to see if she's added them. No. Let's just sort of chuck some in by copying these from source images. How many villains we have? We have 3. Yeah, same thing. So let's just like do this and rename them. And then we'll replace them with better images. You think that we would probably have built Sentinels to be modelable from the start. Well, we didn't. That's certainly a strategy that some games have done, where like they basically built it as if it's a mod, like every new content is a mod internally. That is not something we did. It's not like super far off, but it's certainly different. It matters a lot that Sentinels is not just on PC, it's also on mobile, where you can't do mods in the same way. You can't have downloadable code on iOS. It's not allowed. It's not technically possible on either platform in Unity because it uses IL2 CPP as well. So there's various reasons why that wasn't a priority for us before. All right, we're going to update the atlases. There's also like one thing that is just generally true is you don't need to do a bunch of work for no reason. That makes sense, right? Like, and it's something that modders run into, right? Like, yeah, it's modular and it's designed well in different. It's using model view controller, so it's made to be able to add new content because we knew we'd be adding expansions and stuff. But like, you know, like Seamus asked, like, can you play a sound effect when a card is played? It's like, no, because that's not generally a thing that was needed. We did like we don't do work that we don't need to do generally, or like, say there's some mechanism someone wants to use in their deck and it's not directly supported. Well, it's because that wasn't in Sentinels, right? So there was no need for it. And so we are, we will look at like if modders really want to have a certain functionality, then we might look at adding that in. But, obviously the focus has been on content that exists and that sort of thing. And since it's programming, you can do anything you want. You just have to figure out how to make it work within the system that we have. But it's, you're not restricted to a limited scripting language or something like that. You have full control. Okay, so I added villain character card images that are just the same as the hero ones, but they should at least show something on the screen. Let's click new game. Cool. So obviously those are the hero images. There's no large textures in there, but that's the main thing I wanted to see. And the heroes are there. And yeah, right. So these ones don't have the promo title set. That's why the text isn't changing. But I think, yeah, these ones do have it set properly. That's just an issue with this mod. It doesn't have the right data. Yeah, we always plan to do expansions, and I also like to think of myself and the rest of our team as good software developers. So we've built it in a way that, it is easy to maintain and expand. It's using model view controller, so all the state of the game is in a model, and all of the logic is in a controller, and the UI is the view. There's sometimes some overlaps, but that's for the large part we stick to that structure. So here we're just not loading the right image because we're probably not using the right sprite name. Yeah. I think there's a place where we're using the sprite name and we're not doing the right thing. Yeah, modding, like the mods that people are making, they're doing the exact same thing that we do when we make expansions. Right. We need to set the sprite name here. Info.card identifier, which is going to be either the card identifier or the deck sprite name, basically. And that should do it, I think. Okay, new game. So there's our lovely villains and our lovely heroes. And yeah, they actually match when you right click. And environments. Yeah. All right, we're not. All right. Oh, that's interesting. I think I know what's happening there. We actually do want the title label, but we want it to say not the card. Yeah. We want the title label to have the deck name. I don't know if I could just like do that here. This area is sort of a little bit, not as nice as the other area. Title, placeholder, title label. I guess it's just the title label, right? Dot name. Let's see. That might get set later, so this might not work. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, the goal is that people can play mods on multiplayer on Steam as well. Okay, so environments. Right, yeah, these are the names of the environments. The colors are doing the 4 gradient thing, which is not correct. It's interesting. That should be using the... And then the flip side thing is something else. Why? Oh, I guess it's not actually setting the gradient here. It's picking up random values or something like that. Info.colors. And I guess this can be... Into gradients, environments. Oh yes, there are ones that have background colors, but the ones that I happened to use were not colorful. Yeah, like this one. That is looking better. There's our heroes. That looks good. So, this label being reversed is because... Why? Is this being reversed? Is the whole thing being reversed? Flip horizontally. But like if I pull this up, it's not being flipped, is it? Oh, it is. Because this whole thing is being rotated around, I think. Yeah, 180. Okay. Because of like animations, this is like being flipped. So actually the then we just unflip the texture, but that doesn't work for the for the label. That didn't happen in game though. That's interesting. Did it? Maybe it did. Let's have a look. If we do this, yeah, that's fine. I'm curious. I know, yeah, I recall this thing being a thing, but so this isn't rotated. I think there's some logic around like, when do we flip the texture? The environment ones, I think it's because we rotated like this that it's different, if I recall correctly. Let's look at character card view factory blip. What's the name of that property? Flip. What the flip? What's that? Full card deck back texture. This. Okay. That doesn't matter. If it's a full size regular card and is flipped, flip the back texture be the right way and show it instead of the front. But then it's not doing that. Alright, I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Let's try to figure this out. Make a BR classic BRB that I do every time because I can't remember to make one. BRB. All right. Back. So, if this is the only place where we actually flip it, then it's probably, or we unflip it here, so it's probably flipped by default. So let's have a look at that. Trefaz, the only limit is yourself. I'm not sure what kind of limits you are thinking of. So yeah, the texture is flipped horizontally by default. So that is what is happening. Where it's the whole thing is being rotated. I don't know that this can flip back. I guess we can just like perform a rotation on it. Yeah, because that is not available here. So let's just go in and look at it and see if we just like do a rotation around X back, does it get where we want? And if so, I'll be happy with that. So full environment card is like this. Full card panel, let's pull out this and flip this around. Oh, around. Oh, right, yeah. Whoop. Oh, interesting. It's like doing it on update. No. Yeah, we want it to rotate around Y. We get like, it's not centered properly because of all that, but it's not the end of the world for a placeholder. Yeah, you can create new content, and so new decks and variants for existing decks is what we're focusing on right now, at least. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I'm curious why this... Oh, let's just make a new scene here. Full card parent. If this is... I guess this isn't... Yeah, this is flipped horizontally, and then, yeah. There's a reason why we do this, I'm sure, that I can't remember. So I think instead of the... Oh yeah, this got put over... This is actually not centered to begin with, that's why it was wrong. Okay. We want that first of all. And here, I'm just going to throw in if card view dot placeholder title label is not null dot local or transform local rotation. Okay. Why? Oh, right. We need to use quaternion dot Euler. All right, that should do the job. Let's see. Back to the main menu. Still, we are going in that logic though, right? Because that's the only place where this, oh no, that still is flipped horizontally. Interesting, but I thought, I feel confused. If I do that, oh, that's the texture. If I do this on the label, that is what we want. So why am we not getting what we want? Oh, right, that's setting it to nothing. So we're not actually going into here. Full size regular card and it's flipped. This should be where we are. You're trying to hire me when you try to make a video game. I am happy in the role that I have, so no thanks. Okay. This should be where we are, right? Flipped full card. And like if we go to Baron Blade here, and we flip him, we're not in that logic because this double-sided should be false, or would have to be false, which is correct that we're not showing that. We should only see it on like this. So we should be getting into that logic, right? But we're not. So I'm curious about that. So if we look at this, this is rotated around, right? So if this was at 0, that's why we flip the image. And if that was like that, I guess we could just always have that flipped over. Feeling. I'm not sure about what we're doing. I'm not sure when we get into here because I think we should have been in there. Let's go and just make our label flipped over then. Full card parent. Go. Yeah, because but the backside is not rotated here by default. Does the environment one do something different? No. Like if we just always turn this around. Because this is by default flipped as well. So we say this is also flipped as well. Let's check out the different contexts now. Yeah, you worked on a Quake mod. That's cool. That was the relatively early days of modding. I think it was the first time that things were called mods. Early, like Doom and other games, they weren't quite called this. It wasn't quite the same thing. No one had really figured out terminology by that point. It was more game specific. Download your Doom WADs. And so on. All right, so if we do this and we go to the environment now, the label is correct. So that looks fine. But what about in-game? That is what I'm concerned about. And here we don't have a label, which we can potentially add. So if we continue the game and then check in there, I think that might be where the other logic is happening. So like if we look at this card and flip it over, right. It's because of the animation, I think that it's doing that. So what we need to do is in here is happening because of the animation. So also unflip the placeholder title label. I think. So I think we got there. You want to play Migrant Coder? He doesn't do much right now. It's you can get it on the GitHub, so you can try it if you want. Let's continue. He mostly has one-shots that do nothing. And also the worst card ever. That's true. Hey, look. Okay, so that's the face-down card that's already face down, and then we flip over, we still get... what if we say, instead of local rotation, full rotation? I wonder if that's what's happening. It also might be that this is happening at the wrong time, right? Like, that's my concern. That this is being set before the animation. I mean, if this ends up being, like, the deck backs are backwards, but it's a placeholder, then, like, don't use a placeholder. That's okay. Yeah, I think what's happening is that is backwards later. Where's our animation where we flip the card over? Flip. Oh yeah, here. This is in UI full card, play flip card animation. We were in here before. Dot flip. Right, so here is where we want that to happen. Maybe instead of this. Maybe we also do it here. We want our labels to look right. Because this is part of the animation. Like, basically, we rotate it halfway, and then we, like, replace it, right? Like, I think that's what's going on here. think the worst card ever, he just punches himself, right? That's the... for no effect. I do want to flesh out the samples so they have, like, some representation of the things that you do in making decks, but not there yet. Hey, look at that. Okay, we got there. Tango 1. We pull it up straight, we get Tango 1. And let's double check the new game screen, and we'll be happy. New game screen. Yeah, nice. Yeah, no synergy, but a ton of mechanics. Exactly. We don't have a title label here, but I feel like we've done enough on this placeholder stuff for right now. So maybe we'll move on. Well, maybe we'll move on to other stuff, but had enough with these deck backs and cards for today. So let's commit what we got. All these prefabs again, because basically, yeah, let's get rid of this debug log that we added in out of desperation. But yeah, basically handling the placeholder and handling the new game screen, which is the important thing for the commit, really. So this is mainly show placeholder card images in new game screen. Okay, so that is done. Game intro should be pretty straightforward. So let's see where it is right now, actually. Probably nowhere. But there's sort of two big things. There's this is something that we do want to have the environment have something, because right now it just looks broken if the environment image isn't there. So if we bring a villain and some heroes and an environment. Yeah, it's like I couldn't find your graphics. I know. Yeah, so we actually do have no, wait, this is, yeah, these are all blank. So you see the heroes, but those are not the game intro heroes. The game intro should have an environment texture, but there isn't, so it's blank. It should have a villain, but there's no villain, so it's blank. Each hero is in a grid here, and they should have a graphic, but they don't. So we need to load the placeholders for that. And that should be basically just going into Resource Helper and putting in that stuff that we need. I guess there's also team villains. The little cells. Okay, so let's go with... let's get the game intro working, at least roughly. And then we'll go to... see what's next. Maybe end game. I'd like just to get a lot of this integration wrapped up, so that we can maybe get it shipped out soon for people to play with. Okay, let's see what's going on in Slack. Nothing big. Okay, so game intro. Yeah, the graphics are there, so we just need to load them up. So I'm going to probably close most of these because we're done with cards, I think. And it's basically these places. So game intro view controller is using, I guess if we look for start of game, game intro, there's like, yeah, load ending textures, load these different textures. Like this is our sort of placeholder. It's copy pasta a little bit, but not totally. So Yeah, so start of game textures for the environment. Start of game textures for heroes. Right, so instead of just returning this, we want to do this. And these are always like a little different. So I think that's kind of the thing. Right, and we've had to like change signatures as well. Okay, so the hero start a game texture is used here. Yeah. And we just pass in identifiers. And this method wants to have the actual card, which maybe doesn't have to have the actual card. What do we use from the card? The promo identifier, the parent deck, or at least the parent deck kind. Oh yeah, we want at least the definition. I wonder if this should be using a card definition instead of a card, because all of those things basically just need the definition, and we can get the definition by where are we here? We're getting a deck definition, and we can get the character definition as well. I mean, this probably... Yeah, we might have to do some logic to get the card definition. So what do we do for cutouts? I guess for actual cutouts, we always have like the actual card. That's always available because there's an actual game, but at this point in the intro there isn't. We haven't started the game yet. We don't have that. We only have identifiers, but we can pull up definitions basically. So there's that. What called? This is the deck browser one, right? And this is the asynchronous one. Yeah, and I think we changed these to like use a card instead of just identifier or whatever. So, but the problem is in the start of game, we don't have that. I think we literally never have more than just the string in the game intro. Yeah, like we can look up the definition, but we don't start with it. We just have the string. So we may as well look it up wherever we need to look it up. So I think what we want to do here is this could just take a card definition instead of a card, right? If this took a card definition I guess here we just be like, if it's character, I wonder how does this deal with the talisman? Let me just, nope. Don't undo everything. Let's look up what this is here, character card is. We're not going to, I don't know that there's a definition of it or a documentation. No, I can look at the code. Let's have a look. Is villain character say? Character card. Is it a character? And is the owner a villain? But that's not true for like the talisman. I mean, the talisman is a character card, but it's not. Is it a? Maybe it is considered a villain character card actually. And then of course Infinitor is weird. So yeah, so if we wanted this kind of logic, we would need to mirror that if we were just going with the definition. Okay, back to Sentinels UI. Yeah, I mean, we could just do is character and whatever. I think that's fine here. So let's, if we change this to definition, a lot of these things are still the same. If card dot is character, card dot is here, or card dot parent deck is hero, is character, and card dot parent deck dot is villain. That, then we don't have this do keywords contain helper, so we have to go card dot, right, we just get card dot keywords. Yeah, keywords dot contains, we don't have a link in here, I think. And we don't need these extra parameters because those have to do with like, if you go in with a definition, it's literally like, is it written on the card, which is what we want here anyways. Card dot hit points has value. Card dot is character. Okay, and that's it. Except obviously places that call it, which is going to be a few places. That'll be like error. But we can just pass the card definition instead now. Card dot definition, basically in all the places. So we're sending down less information, but it's like we don't need like any other information. So right, we don't have a character card yet in that spot. And here is dot definition. So we should just now have the errors in the resource helper where we added that code, and everything else should still work. So maybe we'll just like comment this out for a second and make sure that we didn't break the world by doing this. Okay, let's see. Should be no errors in here. Now let's just make sure our placeholder stuff still works. Looks to be the case. This villain is more scary. Oh, we lost all our card art. It's interesting. Now it's back. Now it's gone. Oh, it's memory. It's unloading our atlases, I think. We need to tell it not to do that. For the placeholders. That would be, that's for the sprite. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, sprite. Where are we doing that? It's in UI card view factory, right? Here. Load sprite atlas. Yeah, I don't like. We should be able to keep track of it with memory helper, though, right? Why aren't we tracking that? Because it is a bundle and everything. That wouldn't have been affected by anything I just did. I think I just didn't notice that happening before. Because all we literally did was just like pass in new information here. So that's fine. I'm gonna use card definition for placeholder info instead of card. I wonder if it's because of like that it's like trying to load one and failing and that sort of thing. Like, and it's like continually trying to load the real file and it's not able to do so. I wonder if maybe if it has a placeholder, we just say like, you will always have a placeholder. Stop trying to reload. Because I think when we continued the game, well, I mean, it would probably happen. We just never sort of changed turns and stuff. Yeah, we just sort of continued loading. We weren't like switching turns and stuff. Yeah, as soon as it tries to refresh all the card views, it tries to load the sprite atlases again every time. Here in update all panels, update sprite. Yeah, and that is the case because of, I'm not sure why it needs to update that stuff. There's probably a good reason. And then everything just, I mean, things sort of come and go, I guess, because of that. Because it's trying to load the real one every time. So it tries to unload what it has, but it's, I mean, this should work. But there's something going wrong with it that it's deciding not to do it properly. Maybe because it's a mod. Or actually because we're not incrementing it when we load it as a placeholder. I think that's probably why. Because we're just sort of doing it out of band a little bit. So if we go into here, we're calling this, but we're not calling the increment resource count, I don't think. No, this part should be doing that. This is here because of like foil and stuff. Because like when we switch, because we can switch the atlases when you toggle between foils, and it needs to unload the previous stuff. I guess what I want is like just don't try to change things. Don't go changing if it's not needed. Update sprite, update deck, update all panels. Let's go to update all panels. Let's dig into this a little bit. Let's just make sure that this is like it's happening on cards, but also it's happening on the deck, right? We're updating the sprite. Right, and this is important, like, because it could be an Akash 3 card, right, in the environment, for example. So every time it's going to try to do this. I wonder if we just like say, if it hasn't changed, then don't do anything here, right? I guess, yeah, this is always going to be... It's never going to know what the placeholder sprite name should be unless we move that logic up. Yeah, and this is saying... It actually does try to not update it, but if it's a placeholder, it's always going to update it because this path is not going to be correct. So we could actually check maybe in this to say if it's... yeah, that's interesting, actually. This actually isn't totally correct because... Oh, no, it does change the turn taker here, so that's okay. I think we need to like have the placeholder path up here and also check it. So like this. I guess we can do... We'll like get the info no matter what. And do this. Because we need to know. And then here we can just use it if we actually get down here. So we also want to check or placeholder path is not null and placeholder path and not. Basically this same logic. This is just basically letting us keep the same atlas if we have already loaded it. And this also needs to be like that. I guess yeah, there's a bunch of weird logic from the mission deck. And ambuscade. Yeah, weird stuff. So the problem is the sprite name. We're not going to, if we don't get into here, we lose the sprite name information. I don't think, yeah, I think we don't want to set this here because we might not need the placeholder. Basically, if we don't need the placeholder, we don't want to like have that wrong sprite name. Different ways to deal with this. I'm just trying to think through different I guess what I'm thinking of is placeholder loaded. And then we can say put this in here. So if that's the case, then we do this. And if here the placeholder is already loaded, we know we're not going to go into here, so we need to set the sprite name like here. Kind of wild. So gather placeholder information first in case we have already loaded the atlas. We're going to need to do this in the other place too. This is literally just for those deck backs. Null reference. Oh, I see. The first time there is no sprite atlas. So that's accurate that we would have a null reference. All right, so we got our deck backs. We play a card, it refreshes stuff. We did lose our deck backs again. Why? It could be that we're not making the right check here. Let's go back to our code. Just gonna like the atlas name should be like this is where it's like doing it, right? Yeah, update sprite. Line 72. So this is where it decided to go in here again. So this, it should have come in here. The placeholder path should be, oh, right. It shouldn't be, oh yeah, it should be, right. Yeah. Right, let me just do a login here. Deck, back, sprite, atlas. Just log that out. I'm gonna, I don't want to break because it will like do a lot, but I'm just curious if like, oh, we want this to be not placeholder loaded. It's like logic fail. If it's null, if there's no atlas loaded at all, or it's the wrong one, and placeholder is not loaded, because, yeah, okay. And then, yeah, basically just a big old logic fail here. If I had, if my Boolean here is placeholder not loaded, then it would work, but that is hard to think. It's a little hard to think about it like that. I generally prefer Boolean variables to be like positive, and then you don't need to worry about double negatives flying around, which can be complicated to think about. Is it not loaded? This, I think, we'll have some extra logging to see if we're missing something. But so we load it the first time, and hey, our graphics stay. Or wait, they haven't maybe refreshed yet. Wait, why didn't these didn't go away? Because I guess what this thing refreshing was like unloading it, and then that was screwing everything up. Okay. So we might not be totally out of the woods, Lady of the Wood, but that was all being caused by the deck. That's why we didn't see it like previously, because we just added the deck thing, and this logic was doing the reloading. I think this might be the only place where this sort of thing is happening, because these deck backs actually change because of like Akash 3, basically. So I think we dodged that bullet. So avoid reloading deck back sprite if it's placeholder that's already in place. This could still cause a problem if like Akash 3 causes it to change and then it's unloading the atlas that's not being tracked properly or something, but I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. We can test that out later. But I think that's an improvement. Let's get back to let's unwind to game intro, what we were trying to look at before. So now in the game intro, we changed this to card definition, so we don't need a card. That means we need to look up the card definition. We have these game intro hero cells that are calling this with deck identifier and character identifier. We're getting the deck definition, but we're going to need the card definition as well. Right now we're just getting the character identifier. Yeah, so basically we do want this code, but we need to actually find the character card. I mean, we know that this determined mod space is basically just like doing string manipulation to decide that. So we can just check to see if string that is null or empty mod space, we should come in here. Like that's correct. But the we do need to give a definition because we need more information, right, about, unless we don't, because we don't care about the keywords. It is a character card. Maybe we make a new constructor here that's literally just like, we know it's a character card, like, use it here, right? So that might be enough, actually, because we have the identifier. We have the deck definition, so we can pass that in. Yeah, we don't care about the keywords because it's always character cards. So, okay, yeah. So this is used for character cutouts when we don't have a definition at hand. We could like look up the definition, but this seems like probably easier to do. We can still pass in the deck definition, but it's going to be character identifier. And so yeah, basically we're just going to take all this logic and cut it down. So character identifier, we're going to use this. So it's always character. So basically, if it's a hero deck or if it's a villain deck, otherwise it's not. There is no other. Then it's just this. And it is a cutout, so it's just this. That's it. And you don't need that variable. So yeah, cutting that down quite a bit from that. We might like move this color generator into a shared method, so that's if we decide to change it. Like private choose colors for character or for card. Let's do that. Okay, still got to do there. Cool. So then we can make a placeholder info with just the information we actually have. The character identifier and the deck or definition. Then our path is not this. I don't know why we copied one that. I guess it's. What's a better? Yeah. Right, we're looking for path for cutout texture. I guess we base it off of whatever we're doing here. Path for hero start of game texture. Info.card identifier. Right, and we actually don't care about effects. At all. We don't want to worry about that. And load the texture, set the gradient. So what does this do? Right, they're all just sort of in there. They're in a folder. We don't have any in here. We'll need to throw some in. But that should do it. So we're gonna need to put in file. All right. Oh, they are here. Okay. Let's just throw in a little log. Placeholder, hero starter game, path. And then we'll see if we're doing something wrong. We could also try putting in our bunker variant, which I'm not sure we did test yet. So our villains aren't set up, and environment's not set up. So let's just put those in. Let's put our bunker. Hey, look, our bunker variant has a placeholder. And green one. And a cache 3, sure. We got Baron Blade, and hey, look at that. That looks like what we want. Nice. We got hero startup games. So that is excellent. I'm just going to commit that because I'm happy about that. Load hero or use or blah. Load placeholders for hero startup game. Credits. So we should be able to pretty quickly do the rest of the startup game based on that. It's going to take another quick BRB. So I'll BRB. Okay. I'm back. So let's carry on with the rest of the game intro. We do need to support, I don't know if you noticed, but the hero loading can be asynchronous. That just doesn't happen on standalone. So I'm just going to, for a second, do this. And this also needs to basically do the same thing. And kind of just do the same thing, but check. So if texture.main texture is null, and oh, that. Yeah, this is all pretty similar logic, just asynchronous version. We need to call the asynchronous version. Like this. Yeah. So we'll just test edit right now. It should work in the editor. It causes trouble on like Windows. That's why that's set up the way it is. New game. Randomize, maybe get a variant. Yeah, 2. Or get a mod. Yep, looks like they loaded up async there, no problem. Okay, so we'll just undo that little change here. Okay, and we want to do the same thing for the villain. I think that might be just done right in here. Yeah, resource helper load environment, resource helper load villain, and same thing. We have the asynchronous version and the synchronous version. And these are basically very similar. I wonder if these can be like combined somehow. They're sort of made this way because they were very simple, but now they all have duplicated logic a lot with this placeholder stuff. Like, what if instead of this hero starting game texture, villain starting game texture? Yeah, I guess it's used in lots of different places. That's probably why. But we could make a lower level one that's just load start of game texture. The problem is that we've got these like different path routines that we call, because they're slightly different, and then like special cases. Yeah, so there's a reason for it. It's just a little gross to be copying and pasting too much code, I think. They're just like similar, but not quite the same. Yeah. So maybe we'll come back and refactor, but for today, I'm not a big fan, but we'll probably do this. Most of the logic is still the same, and previously we like had to add these 2 lines to each method, and now we're adding like a bunch of lines, which I'm less happy about. I guess we could make a thing that takes a method for getting the path. We could always like look up the placeholder information all the time, but I don't necessarily want to do that. either. Yeah. Just thinking about, is it worth it for 3 or 4 methods to do that? It's literally just these start of game. I guess there's going to be end of game textures, but those are also a little different, so I'm less happy about it, but I'm going to do this right now, and maybe we'll come back and refactor it. Because literally, like, if you can, like, paste in and everything just works, then that's not, like, but then we're changing this for villain start a game texture. Like, that is literally what we're changing. I guess we actually also have to pass the deck identifier. So yeah, it's like just slightly different enough that and there's these suffixes. Yeah, there's some, yeah. There's just like slightly different enough. That's frustrating for me. That's just the way it is sometimes. But so we're mostly doing the same thing in both, but not exactly. For the villain starter game, we are going to do the same, almost the same thing by getting the path this way. Hey, the log can be different. Okay. So this should work. It's very similar, and it will, like, there are other places where this is used, so it'll work for those too, without having to go and change a bunch of call signatures. Just want my dissent to be noted to what I am doing. Let's press random until we get a mod. There we go. A mod villain. And there actually aren't files for villain start of game. Null reference. Oh. Can't have that. Null reference because 9362 should be where we're trying to load the placeholder, probably. Yeah. Oh, right, because it tries to load a deck definition. I mean, we can just have a null check here. That just wouldn't have. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is for villain teams. We also use the startup game texture. Oh, no, wait. This is going to work. This is going to work for villain teams. That's fine. But yeah, that's interesting. There's some special cases, but I think we'll be okay here, but just would never have been a null reference before. But it's looking for, like, villain 0 or whatever. We can add starting in cutouts here that it's actually looking for. Well, let's just run it and we'll see the path and then we'll populate it. Yeah, so it was looking for this is all, no, I guess I should have pressed clear at the right time. Loading hero start of game. Yeah, here's where it gets the placeholder. The villain's probably before that. Yeah, looking for a credit start of game, villains, villain 1 character start of game. So basically, duplicate this and call it villains and rename the files. And we'll get Jennifer to replace them with the real files. After. Blue dolphin is wild. I allow it. Why asset bundle you taking so long? There we go. Right, so we should get to see so here's an interesting effect too. When I press random now, I'm getting the same every time. That's because of the placeholders. So I'm going to fix that because set up game view controller, right? The setup game setup view controller sets the random seed when it starts, I believe. But the placeholder information is being called after this, and then setting the setting the random state to it's clearing that again, so that's kind of funny. We use this in a few places. Like at the start, we try to do it at the start. We try to do it. We look up like in-game news. We try to do it. Yeah, we do it here for the environment. So actually, this needs to happen. When do we actually call random? Yeah, I guess we can initialize the randomizer with once you click random. Because it's too late if it happens. Because we're overriding it in the placeholder thing. So let's also call this here. And then we shouldn't have that problem anymore. Because I could even like, if you like right click to bring up a full card, it's gonna look up that placeholder info again, potentially. And we don't want that. So hey, look, different things every time. We want different things every time. So that's the, if you don't initialize the random number generator in Unity, it always starts, you get the same sequence every time. So that can be a red flag in some games if you like you press random and it's always the same from a fresh start. It's because they forgot to seed the random number generator with like the current time or something. Yeah, so now we're getting different stuff. All right, let's see if we get the RAM villain placeholder. We do. Excellent. Okay, so just going to note here, fix RNG issue with placeholders. I don't think it really affects anything else. I guess like in-game news, it's not a big deal. Learn to play is for the demo, and yeah, nothing else makes a difference there. And yeah, so we'll stay here. Load placeholders for villain start of game. All right, and finally there's environment, which right now is just like loading nothing, and you see the game in behind, which is not good. So actually we don't have a placeholder for environments, and I don't know that we're going to, because we use like the sort of colored panels. I'm just gonna put the same sort of colored panel in the background. So I'll show you, I mean, you've seen it, but I'll just reproduce it here. We bring a mod environment. It's just like, there's no texture, so there's literally no texture. And then there's like, you see like, it looks really weird, right? Now the panels we use when there's no environment graphics, like those are fine. It just sort of randomly picks colors. And so I want to do the same kind of thing. And those are like this. And how do we do that? I guess we just have a sprite that we have a fixed gradient on it, and then we choose a random color. So if we go to game view controller, we actually saw that here. Static environment textures. So we actually have, there's always a sprite there, even if there are graphics, I think. Yeah, and we initialize the random number generator there because we choose the backgrounds using that generator, and that lets everyone playing the game see the same ones, basically. Initialize background. Right, try loading the texture. Right, if we want to use the color, we call this use color background. So we always have this background sprite, and we just set the color, and we have the gradient is just sort of set there. Okay. So basically I want to be able to have this kind of thing, but for the game intro as well. I think we can just go to the game intro scene here and test this out more directly. Actually, we do have to change the game intro scene as well. I mean, or we could just say set the environment texture to the white squares. That works too. Game intro, view controller, environment. The game intro is interesting because it can like start on its own, or it can like transition from the new game screen, or it actually can transition from the weekly one-shot, which we won't need to worry about for mods, but we do need to worry about for this. Yeah, so we can just use the environment texture for another screen if it's still there, but it might not be. And then Oblivion, there's a lot of complicated stuff that happens here. So if there is no existing environment texture, we have to load it, which we end up here because, well, I think yeah. This is just going to fail because there isn't one. So what we can do is basically here, I'm just going to break using color background for environment. And I think this, does this check to see if it actually has a graphic in it? I don't think so. Yeah, it just assumes that it's going to have a texture, but it actually, it tries to reuse it, and then it's just blank, so it doesn't do anything. So actually I want to change that so it actually checks to see that that has a has a texture on it. So we can actually go, if it's not null and yeah, I guess if it's, yeah, we want to get into here to try to load. I guess if it's not null and its texture is null, then like we're not. There isn't going to be one. So we want to use the color background, but we could still get in here if the transition animation doesn't happen. There are cases where that happens. So actually what we can just do is here, if that main texture is null, like this. Then we don't have to change this at all. So basically, once we get past all that, if we don't actually have an image, we need to use a color background, I think. So let's yeah, we're getting some null references here, probably because of my setup. We have villains. Let's put in workshopping.devstream. Let's just make this be spite right now, because we know that the villain ones are working. It's just the... Actually, we don't know about team villains. I didn't really try that yet. And there's the little team villain sprites. We didn't deal with that yet, too. Yeah, null reference, okay. No, because of environment. Sure. Not too worried about that right now. Just put a null check in. And okay. Yeah, it's just like our mod information isn't loaded, so it's like It's just not getting as far as I want. Let's just like comment out that line then, because we know that we're not. We just want to test out getting into here, right? This screen just isn't set up to like deal with mods being there. Okay, we got to our debug break, which is good. And we're loading up our other things. And then actually into the game, and actually it loads. Oh yeah, is that the graphics we have for, I don't even know, did I put graphics in? It looks like it's loading up Freedom Tower. Anyways, we should be able to get here too. So, so I think we can just have that white square. Texture 2D placeholder environment texture 2D, sure. Environment texture, main texture equals, and like set color, set gradient, true. Right, we want like our color. I guess we want like, let's just put in this, and we want color, it's like pure red to start. Let's see what we get. And we have to like provide it with that texture. The white squares texture is like literally, or white square is meant to be specifically a small graphic, like 32 by 32, so it doesn't take up much memory, but you need to have it for various things. Game interview controller. Here is our texture. Okay. So we should see an ugly red background now. Wow. All right. So what I want to do is actually have set the main color to be the color, and the background color should be whatever we use for those panels. So game view, actually I guess there's a character panel prefab, right? That's I think where the background goes. Yeah. CC, 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 and then black. Okay. So top color is new color. What's CC in decimal? 204. What's 204? 0.8. I guess we can just say color.white times 0.8f, but that's fine too. Bottom color, color.black. Yeah, let's just do like that. And then bottom, bottom, top, top. So we get this gradient sort of applying over top, and the main color being red or whatever the environment's deck color is. So let's try that. Get rid of this. Shouldn't be as glaringly red and should be dimmed out a little bit by the gradient. Yeah. That seems all right. It's got, and there's an extra gradient coming from the hero area too, as well. We are actually, that is the multiplying by 0.8 is changing the alpha. So, which we don't want. Somewhere else I multiplied a color. Was that in placeholder info? Yeah. That's actually, can say other color.a equals 1f. Don't make it see-through. Yeah, so the idea is it blocks the game being set up in the background. And then you can click onward and get to the game. Okay, so cool. So let's go into, where we actually want to get the color is from the environment definition. And we're getting it here, but I'm just going to move it out because we're going to need it down there too. Environment definition. Then I guess we can just default to gray and just for development. Background color, but we have to hex color dot. I guess we can say provide a default of gray. So we should see a gray color here now and not have a null reference, maybe. Yeah, gray. Okay, so let's try it out for real. Get rid of this break. And we'll go to the main menu. Get a random mod environment. Doesn't take too long. Hey, this one's green. Let's see. So yeah, we fade to black, so we might want to actually change that so that the main menu does that, or that new game screen does that. But at least that's cool. We're getting that. We're not getting that issue that we saw before, and the background sort of look like they do here. So that's good. Okay. So yeah, so on the new game screen, we can sort of probably grab that similar kind of logic, or move it into placeholder info maybe. Let's go to the game setup view controller and see what we do. I know we change the environment background when you choose the environment. But if there isn't one, then like nothing. Here we just like say if there's no, like you can see what happens in the new game screen. It's maybe not clear what I'm saying. So if I pick this, like we get the background, right, changes to what's going on, to an image from that environment. But if there isn't one, actually that has silver culture at work, but if there isn't one, we just like go to blank. So we could go to the placeholder color here instead. Just like sets the alpha to 0. Right. So when we start the game, I think at that, I mean, we could go to, if there's no artwork, like have it do that, but yeah, we fade everything else except for the environment background texture, but that's like blank right now, right? So that's why the fade doesn't really work. It fades to black because that normally it's like it fades everything except for the environment background. I guess what we could do is fade up the environment, basically. If the environment background is blank, like color it, or like use placeholder color. So basically, if it's not Oblivion mode, we could also do this for Oblivion mode, but we'll see what that looks like actually. It might not be a big deal. If this mode is not Oblivion, and the environment background texture is empty, then we just kind of do the same thing as this. We can maybe get these colors from placeholder info. Yeah, what if we just do that and we make this have all that information about the gradient? So instead here, new placeholder info for the environment definition, and then the environment texture, we just set the gradient. Like we don't do any of that. Don't do any of that. and then we change that logic to have the colors that we like, and that can be the same on the deck backs. Or maybe we make it, we like pass a parameter to say what kind of colors we want, but that's much nicer, I think. And then that's basically, this can do the same thing, but like fade. Maybe it needs to fade, but environment, background, texture. It also needs to have that placeholder reference, which is all right. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Then yeah, it just won't do anything. I think it'll work out. Let's see. Let's put that here next to the other thing. Right, we don't have the environment definition. Where do we have that? In the new game data container? Yeah. New deck definition. And then that. So that should, this is going to set it instantly, but we should see it happening. Okay, and we need to just set that white squares in the new game screen. There. Classic. And let's start from the main menu because that's where we get our mods. All right. Go. Oh, did it fade? It seemed like it didn't, but maybe, I guess it changed it instantly and then faded everything else, so it looked okay. Let's choose one with a stronger color. Like this orange one. Yeah, so it instantly switches and then everything fades out. Whereas I think we want it to like crossfade. Which is trickier. I guess we can, yeah, what we can just do is say, set the alpha to 0. And then tween it up. Just like basically this, but to 1. Nope. Set the alpha to 0, fade it up instead of down. So it's fading in versus everything else is fading out. Warning, unnecessary assignment. That's true. Okay, let's try that. A new episode of the show is available. Good to know. I guess it's all placeholders again this week, but I think we're pretty close to wrapping it all up, so it's gonna look nice. All right, that one's, let's get like that orange one. So let's see what it looks like. Oh yeah. Oh, but it like fades to full orange. Interesting. It's like not exactly what I want. Is this, did I save it in game intro just to make sure that this is using the same colors? Because it seemed like maybe it wasn't. Yeah, I guess it was. So yeah, this is still here because we might not actually be coming in from that scene. I guess when we're, let's go in here and make it fade a lot longer so we can see what's happening more clearly. Ten times longer. And then everywhere we're using that, we'll do this. And then we'll throw in a break. Yeah. Let's see. I'm curious what's actually happening in that texture. Okay, new game, randomize, grab the colorful one. Okay, so slowly. All right, I'm gonna pause it and look at the environment background texture, which is here. We do have a gradient, but it's not very strong. I think that's the thing. It's not very strong. It's very, right? If I like change this to be like much darker, then it's more similar. Interesting, it's not, I thought it would be the same in each corner, but there's something kind of, I don't hate it. Oh, maybe I'm only putting the dark in one corner. Maybe that's what's going on. I might be screwing that up. That's what looks like happening. The other corners have the full color. That's what's happening, I think. And then when we get to the next part, it like adds an additional layer. So let's go here. And this was changing it by 0.9. Let's change it by 0.8. But this is going other color, other color, color, color. So maybe we're screwing up in the place where we call set gradient. Maybe that was mixed up. Bottom, bottom right, top, top right. Color 0, colors 1. It seems like we're not, right? We're not getting a different color on the bottom right. But it all looks right. Because if bottom right's defined, it uses it. So I am slightly confused about that. Yeah, the other color is like the darker color. And that is going into those slots. That looks fine as well. So that's really weird. So let's run this again with these changes. We should get a stronger gradient and be able to see it better. Random. Hey, look, it's the right one. All right, we are fading. But we can see the alpha changing here. Yeah, now I'm not, doesn't. Oh, you know what was happening? I changed it in the inspector. That's why I changed the inspector, and that didn't change the right-hand side color either. So that's what was happening. So it's my own fault. So we got a little bit of a gradient. It's not super strong, but it's there. I think I want it to be stronger. It's actually okay. Let's leave it like that. And we can always change our minds about it. So that is working. Let's take out our crazy time waster in here. And check it out again. And I think we'll be reasonably happy with it. All right, new game, randomize. Let's grab a different one with a different color, like this purple one. Yeah, sort of switches. We have a debug break in there, I guess, still, so that's why it paused. And then like that normally what comes up is you get that sort of smooth thing. Let's take out the debug break because that really doesn't let us see what's happening in terms of timing. Welcome to animation development when it's programmatic. I mean, you can build animations in the Unity's editor and stuff, but I find it easier to work out in code. And so that's what I do, but it does make iteration a little slower probably. So we do this, we grab a colorful one, fade out, come in, sure, that seems fine. And then we're good. And so the other ways we can go into this are like from the weekly one shot, which looks like this. And that's obviously always going to be fine because there aren't going to be mods there. You can get into it from, you can also like not have the game intro if you turn off the new game cutscene. Make sure that works right. If we choose this and go fight. Yeah, we fade and then it's like, sure. Whatever. We could just have it fade to black instead. Maybe when going to game intro. And where do we check to see? Should we? Yeah. Let's just do this. Yeah, so if we're going to use the intro, then do that. Otherwise, we just go straight in and we don't. We just fade to black. Which is actually, I wonder if we should fade to black for actual environments too. That could be a small improvement. So if we grab environment and hit fight, fade to black, loading screen, go. Versus if we have an environment with artwork, what does it do? Of course it picks one. Then we fade out. And then, yeah, I think I'd rather fade to black there too. Yeah, so basically, if we're not showing the intro, always fade. Otherwise, if it's Oblivion, do Oblivion. If otherwise, do that. Yeah. So let's just check this out, and then we'll check Oblivion, and we should be happy. All right, so this should all fade to black. Yeah, I like that. That looks better. Instead of that, just, I guess we could like sort of do a delayed fade or something like that, but if you have the animation turned off, you probably want to get on with it, right? So let's just check Oblivion. No animation. That, excuse me, Oblivion with whatchamacallit, mod environments, which I haven't really, a bunch of mod environments. Sure. Yeah, we just fade away. Okay. So let's go to options. And turn on the cutscene. Right, so normally when this is all regular environments, they all have spaces in behind Oblivion, right? That's kind of the idea. But if there's a mod environment, it'll be blank. So actually, I think we need to fix up those textures. So while we're in here, let's do that, and that will finish it. So if like, yeah, so they move around because they change. But if we make this be all mod environments, or maybe one regular environment or two, it's going to be blank. And what happens if we press fight? Yeah, we get the game in behind. We don't want that. So we want the colors, or even just black. But there should be something. So yeah, I think this is actually, we want this to be the case for each environment, not just for the one. So basically, if any environment background is blank, use a placeholder color. So I think what we want to do is this. I'm going to make a little like private void show placeholder environment, and if needed, how about that? We can just call the method. We need to pass in a texture. Okay. So basically, we're just going to grab this code and we're going to make a function for it. Okay. This is going to go like that, and we're just going to replace all these things that are referring to the single environment background texture to the whatever one we passed in. We need to pass in an environment identifier. So instead of just taking that, we need to pass it. We need to use this texture. We need to use this texture. We need to use this texture. We need to pass in the fade time in case we're testing. Cool. So I think that is great. And then we can just literally call this. We can say if this.mode is oblivion, do this. Otherwise, do that. So the main thing we're going to do is just literally call it with our single environment background texture, with our single. I usually like to make it. I'm going to use this multiple times. Grab a reference. Our first environment identifier and fade time. Okay, so we're doing this because we're also going to do this for each one. Why? What? Too many brackets. There we go. So for each of them, let's call show placeholder environment if needed. Oblivion environment background textures I. New game dot environment identifiers. I. Fade time. Right, so it's the exact same logic, but it'll now work for Oblivion too. So let's verify that it works in normal case as well, but we don't need to worry, like, you might be like, oh, how do you know that this has enough values? Because we call like a validation function first before we even get here, so we can be confident that we actually have 5 environments by the time we get there. All right, let's just fill this in with mod ones and maybe one non-mod. Okay. So we should see these fill into colors. Yeah. And not see the game loading in behind. So So that's excellent. And they're proper environment colors. That is good and proper. And let's just try one normal game to make sure we didn't mix something up. In regular mode. With a placeholder environment. Fade to green. Cool. All right. Not exciting, but not obviously glitchy looking. Cool. So I think that is most of this new game and game intro. Let's just commit this stuff, and we will say, basically this is all about show placeholders for environments in game intro if needed. And that isn't even like just for mods, but that'll work for anything if a texture's missing, the way it's set up. Okay, so where did we go? Game intro is almost done, but I just want to double check and make sure that everything, or whether everything works for team villains, because we didn't try that. So let's do that. So we want team. We only have the one hug monster, but the placeholder there. Oh, we don't have card art loading for that, so that's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm not going to get to it today probably, so we'll say villain, team character, full card. Something going wrong there. Oh yeah, environment backgrounds, I think. I'm happy with the color panels that we use already, so let's do that. I don't think we need images for that. Okay, so something wrong with the team character stuff at the moment, but let's check the game intro also. So we're getting, if it's the first character, no problem, because that loads a cutout, but the others load a sprite, which probably isn't going to work. Oh, and here actually is a villain cutout working, so that's cool too. Because, yeah, basically in all the logic, I just put it basically like, if it's a villain team, it should be the same as a regular villain in terms of how everything works. But there are some exceptions, because villain teams are a little different. So if it's not the first villain team member, then it goes in that little sprite, and I don't imagine that's going to work with a placeholder here, because I never put a graphic of that anywhere. And yeah, we just get a blank. So I'm just gonna I don't know if I'm gonna get to that today. So villain team game intro sprite for non-leader. Okay. But other than that, game intro is working. And like, if that's the only thing, it's not a huge deal, but we'll get that in there. And yeah, we got the placeholder in there. And actually that's one of the cutouts that Jennifer made. We just don't have the character card loading up right, or have the right image on that. So that is cool. All right, so what do we got going left for the integrations here? I guess I can push my code up too. So we've got those couple villain team character items. We have the end game screen that has both cutouts as well as the hero sprites and villain team sprites and environment sprites for Oblivion So I think that's going to be a few things there as well. But it's pretty good. We've got basically the full sequence of set up a game, game intro, playing the game, has the cutouts or the placeholders all working. So I think next time we'll probably be able to finish up with the end game stuff. Let's see. It's 5:30. What else do we want to do today, if anything? We could do more on the placeholder stuff. There's not really a lot of time to start in on a whole new thing. Maybe we can look at the end game like cutouts, because those are the villain cutout is like the easier thing. Or we could just call it and say we'll get to the. Maybe I'll finish some of this offline. Basically, it's just sort of doing the same stuff we've been doing already all today. In there, so definitely want to get this out to you all soon. So hopefully, I don't think that'll be next week, but hopefully by the following week we'll be able to wrap up the placeholder stuff and also have various other things. Maybe one thing I wanted to take a look at, probably won't get through it all, but the choosing a hero from the box, I think is something that we're going to want to support. So let's grab completionist guys and start a game. I don't know that we're going to solve this today, but I wanted to look into, as mentioned earlier, a little bit of crunchy stuff, and this is a crunchy thing. So if we go new game and we grab completionist guys, let's grab bunker. He's got a variant. Let's grab completionist guys. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to unlock them. All right, let's unlock them this way. Oh, and we got a few variants. Let's just unlock all the variants. That's my secret button. You never saw that. Baron Blade, Heroes, Bunker, Completionist guys, then Migrant Coder, and he's got variants. That's all we need, right? That's the two cases. I guess there's the variant. We have a variant of Cricket in our mod. Noisy Cricket. Right. And then we don't care about the environment, so whatever. We just care about guys and what he can choose. Guys works pretty similarly to how Oblivion works, but it's not exactly the same. But I think they both use shared code, so it's a good place to start. So let's do this so I get a prompt at the end of the turn in case I get too far. And right, so the only ones we know about are, well, we have to pick a hero to store, but it's not even letting me choose the other cards. Like, it's asking that because it already asked for what variants are available, and the game was like, there are none for those characters. I don't know if we can. Do we get any output from that? If I use it. There's a lot of memory helper stuff still. I wonder if I can quiet some of this. Get hero, yeah. Handle get hero cards in box request. All right. Okay, now we have a game to continue. I can actually, yeah, I still have to load the mods, so I'm just gonna quiet some of these logs that aren't needed. Yeah, this was more like for me. We're still gonna have like all of the like. There's a lot of logs that are in there to help mod developers see that their files are trying to be loaded and failing or whatever. That will probably tidy up at some point, but for now they're in there to help you out. So I'm gonna basically I want to like get a nice informative log that isn't too noisy up here. Yeah. So okay. So this get hero cards in box request we can dig into in a second here. I'm just going to commit this change to quiet the logs. And I'm not committing this placeholder file because it's like, it's not a big deal if that's committed or not right now. Okay, so both the Guys and Oblivion will send this from the engine, which is like, it's like an event handler on the engine, get hero cards in box. And it passes in two things, a function that the UI can say, here's a card identifier, is that one allowed? You can ask the engine, and then it can say, here's a turn taker, is that allowed? Because it might be like the engine, because the engine knows the difference between what the UI knows and the engine knows is a little different. The engine knows like what the state of the game is and like what all possible characters are, all possible characters, right? But not about mods actually. I guess it does a little bit with the mod registration, but the engine doesn't know what you own, right? It doesn't know what DLC you've bought. It doesn't know what variants you've unlocked. It needs to ask the UI, hey, tell me what's available. Give me all of the hero cards that are available. But the UI doesn't know what cards are allowed in the current game situation, right? So it doesn't know in Oblivion mode, say for example, if legacies are in the game, you can't replace your other hero with legacy because legacy's already taken. You can't have two of the same hero. The UI doesn't know those sorts of rules and doesn't need to know. That's the engine's purview. So that's why you sort of have this like two-way street going on with these function parameters. And so what the UI is doing here is finding out, okay, what expansions can I use? What are the unlocked variants, which is a different thing between multiplayer and solo, depending on what's going on. We find all the playable hero character cards in the box, including other sizes of Skyscraper. So we have this function DLC helper, all playable hero identifiers. This is going to find out what are all the heroes, all the hero decks that can be chosen. And then for each one, we look up the hero definition. We look up all of the like what either if it's part of the core game, which this would be the case, or it's one of the expansions we've got. Then look into all the card definitions, including the promo cards, only character cards, and finally, if it's a character card and the engine says it's okay, we've got a special case for Skyscraper because of course, and then finally at the end, we add it into our result. So if we uncomment this log, we can see what our results, and the engine just takes this result and that's what it uses to present the decision. So that's a lot But you can see where basically we can now say, like, let's include our mods into this response. At least that's what we need to do from the UI side. There might be something else from the engine side. Oh yeah, and I guess so. One thing, yeah. So it's interesting here because the UI is going to be like, you know, is Legacy okay? Is the Wraith okay? Is, you know, Tachyon okay? Because it doesn't know what's coming. It doesn't like care about that. It's gonna be like, it's gonna say like, here's literally everything. Tell me if I should put it or not. And the engine will be like, no, only, you know, only bunker because bunker's in the game. And so here I turn on that log, and the actual final result is going to be GI bunker, Freedom 6 bunker, Termination bunker, Freedom 5 bunker, guys, and Santa guys. Those are the only cards that the UI knows about that are valid at this point, because we haven't included mods into here. So what we need to do is also include all of the mods that are available. And yeah, so we can do that by asking the mod manager to get all of the available heroes and then get all the available variants and so on. So, and actually I can throw even more logging into this. Like you can see, it's like it's going through everything. Like checking this will log out a lot because it's going to log out once for literally every variant in Sentinels, which is more than 100. But those aren't in the box, not for this game. But in Oblivion mode, obviously it's different, right? The engine is going to respond differently to that request. So if we do this here, see now we're actually checking non-character card. Oh no, we're going through every card, but we do filter first. It has to be a character card, it has to be a real card, and then we actually call the identifier criteria at that point. So we actually loop over literally every card. I think. Oh right, we limited earlier because turn taker criteria has filtered out only decks in this game. So that's we only check all bunker cards and all guys cards. But that's good to know because actually our first thing for mods needs to be here, right? We need to actually add in more heroes. So we also want to check basically all the mod characters as well. Mod manager. Get available decks. Yeah. Hero decks. Do we have a thing to just get the definitions, or is that? Yeah, I don't think so. So we do that, and we go back. Yeah, we don't need these open right now anymore, do we? Even placeholder stuff, we're not looking at that right now. So select Get deck definition. Oh, I guess this is just strings too. These are all strings. Yeah, and if there are no mods, this doesn't do anything. So we can actually add that in. Like that. Are we missing a? Yeah, we're missing a. So all the playable hero identifiers, then add in that, and we can actually sort of pop in like checking deck. And this isn't going to work, but at least it should show that we're going to be trying to get the look at mod decks. We'll do this sort of one step at a time. I don't think we're going to finish this today, but we'll chip away at it a little. All right, so we should see it try to well, maybe not. I don't think we got through the criteria, did we? Yeah, we could actually add a log here, which is heroes, and then recursive string. But we didn't see the mods pop up, so I think the turn taker criteria. I wonder if this does that not return qualified identifiers? Oh, it does. The engine might not know what to do with that because, yeah, that might be what is happening. We have to take a look and see. This is kind of a thing that you kind of have to go back and forth between the engine and the UI a little bit sometimes, because it's a complicated interaction. All right, if we use the power, yeah, the heroes are just bunker guys. So only bunker and guys made it through through there. And maybe what we can do is actually split this up and just do that. We'll call this like allowed heroes. And then we should, I just want to double check that we're actually sending the right information before we dive into the engine on it. Whew. All right, all of the Sentinels content, right, and then we get into cauldron.baccarat, workshopping.migrantcoder. Yeah, so we've got all of them in here, deck-wise. So it's getting filtered out by that turn taker criteria. So let's have a look at what the engine is doing with that. So completionist guys, character card controller. There's even jokes in the comments of guys code that you don't get to see with your decompilers. All right, so we see who has variants in the box. This is the identifier criteria. We're looking at the turn ticker criteria right now first. Right, this needs to use qualified identifier. And this needs to use qualified identifiers, right? Deck definition doesn't have qualified identifier. Also check right for replacing the representative of Earth. Deck definition identifier. Does this not? Oh, I see. The deck definition identifier is already qualified, I think. Maybe it isn't. Well, might have to come back to that. But changing this should allow those decks to get through the check. So let's compile that and see. And this won't affect any other decks. Because their qualified identifier and identifier are the same. I'll just add a note here. Completionist guys mod character with representative of Earth. LOL. Okay. Clear. Have a look. All right, so we actually got further. We're now allowed to check Cricket and Migrant Coder. And so we go through and we check all the cards. Checking Migrant Coder. So we're checking these and the engine is saying like, no, those aren't things. Which is interesting. I wonder if that's... Let's just go through at the UI level and see, now that we're getting those cards. Oh yeah, interesting. It is... I was like, it's not going to get through because of the expansion identifier, but it actually is going through because mods don't have an expansion identifier set anyways. So it's like considering them like that's just core game content as far as this check is concerned. So it goes into each card definition. And right, so the identifier criteria is oh, right. We have to check that it's unlocked. And that isn't something that... Right, I think we just say if it's mod content, just go ahead, right? That's where it's getting here. I wonder if it's actually getting into here. Allowed by engine. Oh, we do have a card definition at this point, right? We can just say if it's if This is if it's not a variant, we can say, or the card def is mod content, or the variant's unlocked. It's in the box. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. We still don't have like variants of core game content or variants of other mods, but we might get variants of mods in their mods with this, which is something. Continue. And click. Hey! So we got whoever this is. Migrant coder. Lockdown. It's interesting, we don't get Cricket because I bet that the Cauldron developers put an expansion identifier in their deck list, which isn't, I mean, it shouldn't do anything, but it's causing this to not work. So we can store Migrant Coder in our collection. And then, yeah, so there's another part which is like, now what are the cards that, like, now pick a card. And then it failed there. So, right, so it's not getting past Cricket because of this, so we could say, yeah, if that's empty, or I guess we can check if it's mod content here. They have an expansion identifier? Yeah, there's no need for that, but and might cause problems, but it might not cause problems. I don't know. It's just not, it shouldn't be used by anything, because we're identifying mods in like a different way. I think it shouldn't matter whether you have it set or not, and it's certainly not required. So adding this check for mod content should let Cricket get through here. Yeah, so now we see we can replace Cricket. Oh wait, that's Migrant Coder. This is the Cricket one. Yeah. So put that artwork back. So if I choose that, I'm still going to be like, there's no heroes. So yeah, so we get to it calls it again, right? But with different criteria. And so the first call is like, which hero can be replaced? And then the next call is, all right, now that you've chosen one hero, what variant do you want? And so that's actually going to be something in the engine again that is probably a qualified identifier thing. So let's take a look again. In Sentinels engine. Yeah, so this is the first function. And yeah, then we ask again. All right, here's where we call which heroes have viable promos to swap in. And then we select the hero to be replaced, which is, right, we select the hero to be replaced, and then we select which variant replaces them. So this is a new set of criteria. And yeah, this is exactly. I don't know why it's like, just like return this. You don't need to have this. Oh, qualified identifier? Do we not have, we don't have qualified identifier on that for some reason. And I think it's not the same. Maybe type it right. It's weird that it's not on here. Right. Other things that do this. Let's just copy their code to be. Like that. Oh. All right, let me just, yeah. Because I think we added the namespace here later, is what happened. Yeah, like, if you have a construction like this, just return this. No need for anything, no need for all that. Again, same thing here. Like, if this return true, if else return false, just return the thing. I guess for logging and stuff, but like, that's not happening there, so. Okay. Just having a quick look to see if there's any qualified identifier bits that might be important there, but I don't think so. Okay, let's build that and see if we get to pick a variant now. Of course, that doesn't mean it will actually work once you pick it. There are many steps. But we're going step by step. All right. This, we'll pick migrant coder. Why not? Exception. Could not find a class. So, actually, we got through this in the second check. We got through, and now it's looking at migrant coder cards. And this is in the UI. Is it? No. Yeah. In the UI, the migrant coder lockdown passed all the checks, and we returned that to the engine. And then the engine is like, whoa, everything broke. Because, yeah, probably qualified identifier issue there as well. Yeah, so actually in the box, I think that's okay. Maybe maybe I should add a little more logging here because I want to make sure that it's passing the qualified identifier in. Let's do that. Just like log all the information going back to the engine. Make sure that's makes sense before we pop into the engine and see what it's doing with it. Yeah, so it's sending workshopping to migrant coder and saying use migrant coder lockdown character, and then the engine is like, what? Okay, so this is happening when we're trying to make, Guys is trying to create instances of those cards, so you can pick one. Which those cards weren't in the game before, right? So he has to make them for you to pick them. Just complicated. And it's not liking that. I don't know if we're going to get through all this, but we'll see where this step is. So we didn't even get to the choice yet, right? Use power. Where is he creating a card? Oh, because there was only one, it automatically selected it. That's why. So actually, we should pick Cricket because I want to see, like, are we able to get to the decision? But Migrant Coder only has one variant, so it picked it automatically. So let's use it and choose Cricket instead. Okay, so we do get to choose between these three. Obviously not the one from the other mod. That's not even, it's not even like giving that as a choice. So if we confirm, this is where we're going to get the, yeah. Okay, so this means here in the, at this point, we've chosen from the box. Now we actually have to create the card controller. And I think it's likely that it's not using qualified identifiers and stuff properly. Most likely. These are not qualified. That's most likely what's happening. But I think that's going to be time for today. We have made some progress on this, but so I'll make a note. Maybe that I think I should be able to remember where I was. I don't necessarily think we'll just get to where we got and be like, oh yeah, that's where we need to go. I get like a little to do. Got to this point, selecting a variant for a mod. Hero. Okay. Yeah, let's just call it there, I think. And we'll get back to it next time. We'll continue with guys choosing here from the box, and this is all guys, but because Guise does special things by replacing a hero who's currently in play. Oblivion is actually like simpler maybe because it is a whole new hero, but there's other stuff to do with that, so that's going to be its own thing. And then Representative Earth is its own thing, but that's the crunchy stuff. So we'll probably have get back to some of this next week, as well as wrapping up the placeholder stuff on the end game screen, and yeah, carry on from there. But I think that's going to be it for today. Thanks for tuning in. We will be continuing on with Sentinels Workshop support until it's all done, and then even afterwards, who knows. So thanks for watching, and have a great weekend. Bye now.